Well, hello there. Get things squared away here. I was just looking at this. Finished pulling everything over and getting squared away. I had sizing issues because things are a little different now. We fixed those up. Now we have our selectable widgets, but they used to get a border when they were selected. I'm trying to track down why they don't get that anymore. We still have this set, but it doesn't fire when we click on things, and I'm starting to wonder, oh, that shouldn't matter. That should go on the styler. And that should get run anytime it updates. Think. Just questioning why. Why I don't see that. And I've also added tracing here to say, hey, print out a line when you get focus, but I don't see that line get fired. But if I debug, I see focus getting set. So I'm confused by that. And I'm wondering now, actually, let's take a quick look. I wonder if it's actually the inner widget that's getting focused. Maybe I need to turn that off. Let's inspect. And take a quick look here in the middle. We get connection tile labels now, which is super nice. These guys get labeled with their position. That's fine. Way nicer to work with here. But if I go like, let's say 23 here, horizontal connection button frame is the interior name here. And if I go to debug focus trace, scoot you over here, take a look, and just gonna put it over there, it's fine. It says connection tile 23, which should be the parent. See here, set focus event nil, set focus, why is there a nil? But we do see connection tile 23 getting called out here specifically. Which is this guy. And that's the last focus event that was fired, so it should still be selected. Go in here. We don't see focused set in the state. That's 23. Guess we can go inside here. Not focused. Not focused. Not focused. Not focused. So none of them have focus. So why? Why is what I want to know. It's a little puzzling. Just the wee bit. I was just looking here. Well then, here we go again. We do go again. We like to go again. How's Mr. Ash today? Clickable, hoverable, focusable. If we look at button, which is kind of what we're based on, right? Because we are a custom button. They have a frame in it. So they're very much the same in this regard. They have constants for this. It's been a productive day, by which I mean I haven't done any actual work but spent the day playing Factorial. I mean, sometimes you just gotta factory it real hard, you know? It's good to unplug sometimes. Last week I was really, really busy on projects and stuff. But the week before that, I kind of played video games for at least a solid day in there. I was like, I just need to veg. Aw, hey, yourself there. Not sure how to read your name. Takini, or is it just Tiny? Is the Q silent? Tony, ah! Gotcha. What's up, Tony? Someone took Tony, so I had to settle with this. Nice. Nice. That will happen. Okay, so they init in the same way we do. We have our sort of specific stuff for our own functionality. But then we get to styler. And arguably you could say that we should do this down here. It shouldn't make any difference, but and they have all of this styling set up in here. So they do the abilities. We have activatable. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Yeah, that's what we need. And then well, actually, let's just leave this for 1 second and do one change at a time. Okay. Let's also turn off this debug because it's going to get super noisy. Focus trace off. Okay. Hi there, I'm at the first time on your channel. How are you doing? Where are you from? What is the mud? Could you explain me what is the kind of engines? I'm doing all right. How about you? I'm from the US, and a mud is a multi-user dungeon. Think about if you could play Zork online with your friends, right? It's kind of the precursor type of game to MMOs as we know them today. And it's an engine that runs a mud game. Today we're working on the editor, but kind of all part of the same project. Let's see if we can do active 2. Oh, for a second there it worked. It works if we break it. So apparently active only happens when it's getting clicked. Okay. That sure is a thing. So if you're focusable and you're getting the click, why don't you become focused? See if we can find anything else on here. They do cursor things if it's disabled. Makes sense. And we're using an action button, I believe, for our room tiles. Not completely crazy. We are. Which just says box shadow 0. So it just doesn't make it elevated. None of that should run. We do stuff if it is disabled. This is not disabled, right? It's not disabled. We do a pointer, which I don't know what the difference is, but okay. And we'll click on interspace. Interspace, as in the enter and space key. Gotcha. If it's a menu, we set handled. Otherwise, we... Okay, but what if it's not? Where does that get? Must just be the default. Updater is that. I noticed that they've put their updater inside of the maker. I don't, and I think I did that in the other. I don't think this is the problem, but we're going to do it because they've done it. And they have another maker inside? This is all inside the styler. I think. No. Okay, the styler ends there. That's good, because I was starting to lose my mind. So we have an updater in both places, actually. Or am I getting confused? This is entirely possible. Maker. It's a menu. We do all this stuff. Text and icons. Add them if appropriate. I think this might have been in the correct place. I mean, it was working. Let's do one thing at a time. So if it's a menu button, they do these things. If the icon's set, they build the icon stuff. If it has text, we add text. Which we do here in the updater because we use the set text. Right, makes sense. Set non-selectable. Oh, to the text, right, yes. Wonder if this is because stuff happens funky. If you have internal bits and pieces. Let's just do horizontal as a test. Let's see if that does anything for us. I did pull some stuff out of here that used to live there just because of the way we were building it. Doesn't look like... We did horizontal, right? Horizontal button base, yes. Doesn't look like that's doing anything for us. It all works the same either way. So in the absence of positive indication that that's the thing we want, we'll take it out. They have an updater in here for the text stuff. That's fine. Indicator. Indicator icon. Oh, right. That's the, like a toggle, like a folder, like we've already done. Kind of in our own way. Unselectable in there. You don't see anything that changes on focus, but we know that it does. Unless... Oh, I set selected in here. Am I dumb? But why did it work before, if that's the case? Because we used to return... Can I pop you out? Okay, yeah. I think we want this one, though. We used to return just a framey frame. Contents are identical, that's fine. Would have been the other change, but that's fine. This will give us what we need, I think. So we set this inside of here. We don't do that anymore because the new button that we create here this goes into parent, which is passed in. So we weren't creating the wrapper in the same way as we are now, just by nature of using this widget. We just took the parent and put this button inside of there. And the parent used to be... Did it used to be? Is it just the frame? Connection button. It was just the frame. So map widget's frame. So we just inserted the button that we dynamically built here. Or rather, here. When we called this block. But now we have a wrapper. So that could be related. And we did the states focused on on the internal button, which makes sense, right? So we should be more or less equivalent, but obviously something's different, right? I wonder... There's too many words on the screen. Wonder if... Well, no, because we see the debug focus go on to the parent. It's so bizarre. What if we drive it off as selected? Is that correct? I think we might have already tried this, though. We just hit red activated. Okay, let's do... this event. Oh, it's so noisy. That's enters and leaves. We don't need those. Mouse down. Mouse up. Click and select. Both saying, they weren't handled. I don't want to close that. You want to turn off event tracing because it's so noisy. Let's close that though. This is to me this is kind of sus that we had this before. And maybe look up here for selected. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. Guess on a let's also look at this. Let's select tiles. What if we just did the same thing and then on our clear selection, we have to turn it back off again. I don't know if this is the correct answer, but it sort of matches with our other answer. So there's that. Seems to be working as I wish it to as well. So I think we're just going to roll with that. Still kind of confusing as to where... You know, now that I'm thinking about it, no, we did focusable because we needed to have focus so that hitting escape to cancel to clear selection works. So we were just kind of piggybacking off of that. And I don't understand why it wasn't firing as expected. when we had the we were triggering on. That's weird. Hello there, new CS student here. Are not most games made in C or C++? Why use Go? Are there any advantages of using Go over C? Yes, there's lots of game engines in C and C++. I just like Go, and it seemed like a fun project to do in Go. We're gonna go, I think, with that. And I'm wondering, I have an old picture of that's just got a tile selected. I'm questioning my sanity as to whether I ever actually worked correctly. Just because it's so weird, right? I think it did. I'm pretty sure I remember it working, but it's confusing that it would suddenly not work if it was, right? Okay. Well, it works now. Let me also double check. That the so if we have this selected and we come in here, yeah, it's remaining. That's fine. The toggle logic is correct or behaving correctly still. All right. Well, let's do a quick commit for that. That's where we're at. Fix order toggling on to indicate connection tile is selected. And we'll go ahead and push that up. All right. I don't know. I almost want to pull these guys out too into widgets within this same file. Actually, let's also look at, yeah, my grid alignment magically works again now too, which is nice. And not only when it's constrained by the size here, but when it's full screen as well. So that got fixed along the way somehow. Probably because we're not. We've flattened the structure a bit, right? And I know for a fact that we have a lot of things triggering an update on the parent frame. And I'm hoping that cleaning all this up and using custom widgets correctly, even though it's not documented, will help. What in the world? That's... My Git username has been changed. I'll have to fix that. Nice to see you are doing a hobby project. Keep up the good work. Subscribed. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. I'll fix that later. That's fine. Let me write that down. My growing list of to-dos here. What editor is this? This is GoLand from JetBrains. Okay. So let's give a try. Give pulling these out into custom widgets a try. I think we can put these in the same file just fine. We just need to give it the struct a name and then hang a method off it, run GoGen. My thinking is that when we add these to the tree, then it'll work better with the update system and we can get rid of the global updates. Hopefully, maybe. Because when we do those, it rebuilds every widget, which right now is fast enough, but I suspect is going to get get less fast, right, as the map grows. And it's just kind of the more correct way. But my coffee is broken, so I'm gonna go fix my coffee, and then I will return armed with more coffee, and we'll do that. So I'll be right back. That's bad. Okay. So what we'll need to do is this, and it's just going to have a frame inside of it for now, unless there's anything else we discover we need. Actually, we're going to need... Right now they encapsulate their size. Which I suppose we could still do. We would just need to do that. And then let's do HC. And then we do, we init the frame. Um, we'll put a styler on it. And we'll grab all of this. This needs to be, this is not correct. This is not a coordinates. How did I do? This has a set dimensions already, right? It does, and it just takes 2 arguments. Because, right. So we don't need dimensions here. We need, what do we call it up here? We'll try to be the same, size X and size Y. And that was a units.value, yes. And then this becomes size X value. Like so. And then maker, which is just a func with a tree plan. Like so. But I'm missing a paren. There we go. This, how do we do this? Not here, but in, it needs to look a little different than this. I think it's just a tree AT-AT for all of these all in one, but I want to make sure. Yeah. That's how we did it here with this more normal-ish sort of way. P is the plan. This is I guess we just call it icons. That's what really lives in here. And then we can bring these up instead of parent. These all go into W. This connection, right? Because you return a connection button. That might make this a little bit tricky. But we can also put a connection inside of there. What is a connection? Origin, destination, direction. Yeah, that's fine. But Oh, this is a connection button, right? Not really a button though, is it? This is really just stuff that should live in here, actually. Yeah, that'll make that. Additional frames. Maps directions to our frame. Okay, right. Yes. So let's just do is this. We don't need frame anymore. We do need center frame because that's the middle of the button. That just becomes that. And then we can get rid of that entirely. Is this something players would telnet into, or is this done via a website HTML document / services? This would be WebSockets currently. It has its own client. Okay, so the reason we tracked these was because when we update them, we have this. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, look, we got our goal too. Forgot about that. Fantastic. Let's see. What does it tell me should be my next goal? I bet you it's 80. Oh, yeah. Nice goal. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I remember back when the goal was 40, right? It's super rad that people are interested in a weird project like this. Okay. So, as part of this, we need to pull these sort of things into update, which is going to help a lot, I think. Select tile still needs to live on the connection tile. That's true. Set update func. Yeah, that's fine. Where did update end up living? I think it had to be called manually, which we don't want. It's here. Yeah, we do clear icons and then set connection icons. We want to wrap this all up into the updater. Let's do just set connection icons up here. I'm a Gen X fossil that was playing MUDs on the bulletin board systems of the 90s, so this idea is fascinating. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. I've played them many, many, many moons ago, but I haven't really been an active MUD player for a long time. Okay, so we want to clean this up while we're here too. And I think we can because direction. We feed it a direction in this case. We would want to give access to the parent. It's because this used to be called on this. But slash down slash. You have the connection in the parent as long as somebody manages to set it. Which is kind of the downside to this approach, but if we're careful, I think it's okay. But we already know, just by virtue of the fact that we're horizontal, we already know what we need to do. So we can eliminate that switch. Duh. That's right, you're up top here. We just need to know it's built on directional frames, which we have. Connection icon, frame and path. This just builds our SVG object, that's good. The this lives primarily in the diagonal one. Where? Set icons, we clear them, we set them. Where do we determine which ones to display? Where did I put that? Direction. Because we go through the connections. I see. Well, here's the perfect example of why I don't hold with the let's rust everything crowd, however contrary that is to most Rust house mindset. Trying to install some Python package, and it's compiling Rust in the background, and the person who perpetrated this didn't think about reproducibility. So trying this with a newer version of the compiler breaks. Nice. I have to head out the door, but you got my sub. Hey, appreciate that. Best of luck. I'll be rooting for you as you hit your milestones. I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. If you ever put out a call for beta test QA player feedback, you're interested? Awesome. Yeah. I'd like to someday. We got a lot of work to do still, but super cool. Glad it's something that it interests you. So this we just need to do this part. Because we have connections at this level. Okay, I see. Or we would have to give this internal thing. I remember that's why we did this now, so that we could just call this thing once per connection. But I would like that to be tidier. So we do the update if we have a button inside, which really should just be a different name, but that's fine for now. Set icons. We just want update to handle this, so we need to have more information inside the button itself. And I think we could do, like, we could just pass this down to the child object, but that seems less than ideal. But what we can do is We could make these fields maybe, and on update, we go through and update the parameters that are stored. And I wonder if we can just set like visibility maybe to the appropriate thing, right? We already have these here. What we can do is instead of this, I don't think we need these either. In our horizontal connection, if we made 3 bools, we don't need to save all this stuff because we have access to it in here. We don't need to put it in the struct. We can do updater. It's updater. I don't even think we need this though. We just need to say in our styler here, we don't even need that. It's set abilities, I think. Or no, set state. It's not true though. It's the inverse of show left. This is actually right because it's west. No, it is left. Because it is the west arrow. So the inverse of that. Here, if either of these theoretically, right? Actually, no, this is if either of these are true, we do the inverse, right? Not sure if that syntax is correct for that. We'll find out. And then this goes to the inverse of show right. And then when we do our deal here, we're not going to call set icons. Actually, we could still call set icons. We also need to move we need east and west and center. To be in here. Oh, not here, down here. These are just frames, but we have a thing for that. Connection icon. Do I want to do this? The we can get away with. I think it's the girl on the X here. But because it puts it in the parent, I think this is fine to use still. And we just use the string. So for this one, we do styler and then what did I call you? Connection icon. In here, file is west icon. We do the same thing here, except for UR. Center frame, horizontal icon. We might do just thinking this might we might have to set this to visible or not for spacing reasons, but we'll try it and see if we need to worry. And then this will become It's become a lot simpler. Let's, though, do... We'll do toggle, toggle icon visibility. This is still that. And then we do... Don't need any of that. We just need to switch on the direction still, though. If it's a west, then we're going to want to... I think we just access button directly in here. We use the directional frames. Because this is connection button. The other thing we could do is instead of putting this here, not struct. Say that you're an interface and you must have a set visibility takes a list of connections. And let's rename this to... No, sorry, that's... That is the correct name for the interface, I think. And before we did... We just set the direction. Which is what we still want to do, more or less. But we're going to get the list instead. And this will be... just name that. Set visibility. Takes a list of connection. What we do is we say we don't need that. We just set you both to false, and then we go for if what did I call that? I don't need that. Wait, no. Yes. If statement, syntax, not switch. I guess we could. We should change these to be directional instead of right and left, but that's fine. This is backwards. That's exactly why we should change them. After we do that, we do... I don't know if we need to update. Let's leave it and see. And then let's do this as we're kind of noodling our way through this. In our update for this, we're going to leave this in. We're going to call you insert. And you are going to be a icon insert. And then when we come into here, we're going to set visibility. In our update here, we'll leave that in, but that's not nil. We're going to do set visibility, and this should be connections. And then this will become, we need to go generate real quick so that we have the convenience functions generated for us. Like so, and then we can do and then we need to set dimensions. This will also need which takes that value, here's that value. Don't need those in there. And then we need to give it to organize this a little bit. We might pull these out into a different file. They'll still be in the same package, but just for visual organization. That was a page down. Like so. I should make this just X and Y to make this a little nicer. Like so. And then up here, that fixes that. I don't know if I love this name. I think I want to say set max dimensions because we change it, right? This is just the maximum size you could be. And we let the widget itself worry about how it should be sized within that. And then that needs to be that. Then I think we can try running this. Run that. Give it a second to build. Okay. I don't think we can. I think this is why we don't grow. I think that might have been of our reason. Let's try that. Should probably also set a max, but we'll do that in a second here if this works. Okay. This did not get. And it's because forgot. Or did I? Didn't forget. We're going to take these out real quick to make sure that I did not mess those up. Let's just make them always visible for just 1 second. That should be inverted. Should be correct. Okay, yeah. So it's not. Let's take a look in the inspector. What have I messed up? You, for example. You have a horizontal connector. You have icons in you. It is. You're set to grow on the X. Grow on the X, grow on the X. What? Does this need to grow? Closer. We also need this. I think we just need all of this actually to move in to here. Because there's that little anonymous or little new frame. There we go. That's better. And then if we come in here, we delete our traditional sacrificial lamb. Aha. Okay, so the scaling gets a little bit wonky if we do that. That's okay. I'm wondering if we can just put everything inside of here. Delete one. Still gets big. Right. Yes. I was afraid of that. Remember when I said I didn't know if we were going to, hiding him was going to mess up our spacing? Let's test this really quick. 4, 2, 2, 3, 2. We delete you, then you get nothing in the middle. We add you back in. Then everything's fantastic and it works. I love that. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. If we do actually, let's not do that. Let's do a styler off of this instead. And put the state toggle into that. That should theoretically allow the spacing to all be correct. Because we're not hiding this, just hiding the contents within. Okay. That's interesting. Why didn't you toggle correctly? Are we not allowed to perhaps make an SVG invisible? Go in here. Icons. You. No, that seems to be allowed. But it still messes this up. Okay, that's fine. Let's back this up. We'll go back since that doesn't really gain us anything even. We'll put them all back within there just for simplicity's sake. Actually, I just wanted to do that. And then put that on all three of these. And see if just manually saying that you must be this size is sufficient to keep them that size. And then delete you. Yeah. That'll do. And because we center all, we actually get a really nice... Well, no, that's not true. It shouldn't move over. It should, right, yes. Because... So we center everything. They're still the same width. They're just centered and the other's hidden. But I'm okay with that. That doesn't look bad. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully I don't regret that when it comes times to make my own icons. I don't think I will. I think it'll be fine. They mostly just need to go to the edges of their respective sizes, I think. All right. That is good. Let's do... let me fix this really quick. And then... all that, and then I'm gonna go fix this commit later, the one that went in with the bad name, but make sure this one works correctly. We need to do a commit. This is refactor horizontal connection to custom widget. Push that up. Okay, now, oops, I forgot to delete you. That's fine though. We can just do that. Let's go ahead and pull these out now real quick. We're in connection tile. Just call you horizontal, that's fine. And then all of this that we just added for this map widget. All this that we just added for the horizontal connection. Can leave over here. Type can get over here as well, just to keep things a little easier to work on. We'll get rid of that since we know it's a bad plan. Break stuff, and we need to fix that eventually too, but that's fine for now. Make sure everything's still happy. Should be. We haven't changed anything materially. But, you know, reasons. Good. Let's also try this. Good. That is deeply annoying, and I need to fix that too, but that's fine for now. Arrow, good. Looks roughly the right size. We're good. Okay. Let's do a quick commit pull out horizontal icon insert to own file for readability. Yeah. Now, I'm going to put you over here. We might need to refer to you because we're going to also replace vertical. but we're going to do it all in one go. This is going to need this. This will need the correct name though. X and Y we need show north. Oh, we need to fix that too. We'll do that here just one sec. And I've put you in the wrong place. That would have been problematic. Show north, show south. Let's fix that really quick here. This is show left to be west. Exclude that. And then this is show east. And again, we will exclude that. I don't know what changed, but okay. Oh, this. No, that's fine. I don't know. Anyway. We're going to do that, and then we need to rerun the generator because it's going to change that. And it has, fantastic. We've also got our vertical connection added, which is fine. Let's do a quick let me do this first. Let's not have this get in there just to be pedantic about our commits. Not that, this. You should I don't know why you didn't come out. We're just gonna do it manually, it's fine. We'll fix it again in a second. Refactor horizontal insert bools to match direction, match cardinal action to avoid confusion. There. Now, you go back in here and we'll do this. So we'll have that. We'll have this and I can actually just copy all of this Because it's the same critter. Just there to satisfy our interface, really. Which I guess... I don't know if we need that in their interface or not, but it's fine. This... It's going to look similar, but different enough that it won't matter. It won't help to copy. Show north. Be clear. Clear south. Easy peasy. This stuff is going to be more akin to its original. We do need to do our framing it, though, and then do that. The style will look like this. Except for this will be size X. This will be size Y. Both cases can grab I guess my vertical already had this set min and max like that. Huh. Okay, that's fine. This all becomes W. This all just goes away. And then we do grab this. This is BC show north instead. Hello, could you share Project GitHub? Don't have time to watch all the streams, but really want to explore the code. It's not public just yet. This is south. And then you are much akin to this. Sept. It's north and south. Like so. And then I think we're just groovy at that point. Except for you get swapped to we need to run GoGen real quick. Okay, good luck then. Thanks. You too. Hi, how are you? I'm pretty good. How about you? My oops, that's not what I want. Oh, why? My timestamps went away. There we go. Doing good. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Generate done. Now we can do new vertical connection. W. Actually, we can do this. One time. The end maker. If we run this, everything should work. Think. Except for I forgot to put the actual SVGs in. It's gonna look like this. Except for this, that, that. Oops. Yes, so thank you. Go, that's better. Yes. These were set min and max because they're different. These used to just be kind of we let them grow and shrink to the size, right? These had to be set because the layout's different. I remember that now. Let's go ahead, delete you. Okay, fantastic. Okay, fantastic. Add you. Okay, yes. And love it. Good, 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 good. And it can shrink down. That's fine. Or not shrink down, but get scooted down. Okay. Let's clean up. That's all good. We just need to clean up this now. Then we can do quick commit. Convert vertical connection to custom widget. That pushed up. All right. One more of this task, and then we'll be on to something new. We need to do our diagonal, which is a little more complicated, but that's fine. But first, I'm going to use the restroom real quick and get some water because my coffee's almost dead, and it's hot in here. I'll be right back. All right. That's better. Last one. Not put you in there again. Put you in here where you belong. Could be a diagonal, that's fine. Scoot you over here. Vertical we're done with. We'll use our horizontal buddy here. These will be different. Actually, we should just do show northeast. Northwest. This one's going to be a little tricky. Snow. Not snow. Show. Show southwest. This is going to be... I guess we could say we can just load these up in here. Does that make sense? What do we just need to figure out? That's maybe because we have two different cases, right? If you have, I guess, you know, because they live on top of one another, we'd have to do like a quarter within, and that would be a nightmare to line up, I think. Yeah. So we have a couple different cases, right? If you have only a diagonal this way, you only want a slash, not an X. And if you want only a diagonal the other way, you want only a slash, not an X. But if you got both diagonals, you want an X in the middle. So we'll have to figure that out a little bit. Or what if we did away with that? We'll add it in later, I think. We'll probably want it back, but I'd like to see what it looks like if we don't have a middle for these ones. Maybe it's nicer. This is going to still need to init. Still need a plan. Still need a frame. This will be almost exactly the same. We'll just borrow it directly and adapt it. And then we'll need a visibility, which takes a this like so. This will look kind of similar, but not. Set them all to invisible, and then Do a switch. Southwest, yeah. And then we go get this guy. We need to do a styler here. Which is going to just be that. Except this will be the size X, size Y, and then we can pull in all these guys here. Except for you won't go on to parent. Actually, I should. All right, it's fine. It won't matter. It's going to leave it just for the sake of being able to refer back, but we probably don't need to. It's probably okay. And then we need to tie these in real quick. To there. Corresponding icons. Center we're going to leave for just a second. I can still be there to take up space, but and then this. Ooh, this. I'm not sure if I like this, but we'll push on. This is northwest. North. East. And we're leaving alone for now. Southwest and southeast, like so. Should take care of that, I believe. That's not important right now. Let's clean this up. Oops. One too many. There we go. And then we need to go gen. So that we generate the new convenience functions. And then we can do something that I thought I messed up. Then I remembered I did the dimensions at the end. Not horizontal. Diagonal off W. This should then be able to go away completely. Button goes away. No usages, that goes away. No usages, that goes away. Connection icon, right, yes, that's the one that we use for all of the other stuff. No usages, this goes away. You run. Give you a second to build. Oh, I forgot to type gen after I, or go generate after I deleted those things, because it's gonna make the type gen reference a thing that doesn't exist anymore. There we go. Yeah, that breaks stuff pretty good, huh? If we don't do this, will it still break? Yes. Yes is the answer. We might have to do, let's commit this first real quick, because we're more or less happy with the direction we're going. Pull diagonal, connection, icons, out to custom widget. We just need to solve this particular problem. Actually, I just need to pull this down here. This would be the northwest, so let's test that. We yank that out now. That'll validate that approach. Which kind of sucks to put a wrapper around it, but whatever, right? Well, that's weird. Um, is it that? It's probably that. There we go. So if I go delete 3, 2 to 2, 1, then it's no longer mangled. Hi to you as well. Let's do this. Oops. That. 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 2 more of those. Maybe we'll need to fix that in a minute. I haven't decided yet. Except for then you go into this wrapper. West, southeast. Okay, I just did it in a funky order. That's fine. That goes away. Like so. Make sure as we delete things, everybody stays. Yeah, perfect. And as we add you back, pretty good to me. Let's do wrap the diagonal connection arrows in a child frame so we can hide that without breaking the layout. Now, this center I could do this would need to be set up like grid like that, and then as columns, right? I think two. Yeah. What you do then is and then I'll need to change these names, but if I did that, I'm reasonably certain that I could put all the things in there. Or if I was to take those back out and then do take these out as well. Just remove, oops, all of the center stuff in general, so that we only have top and bottom. And just go with that. We're missing center space then, which is fine. You can put that in. It just looks like that. Northeast. Or sorry, northwest. Spacer northeast. And then here we need to do that, I think is okay. This needs also this needs to be 33 as well. So it is a third of the height. I think. Oops, I changed the wrong one there. You're correct. You're on spacer. You go back. That. Look kind of wonky. We need to get rid of center all. Still doesn't get a height. That's interesting. Is it because we've reused that variable, I wonder? Oh my gosh. Really just refuses to be not you, refuses to be a height without content. What if he told you to grow instead? Just fill up the extra space. It still only grows on the X. Okay. I'm gonna roll you back. I'm gonna put you back in. We could do if we cut you all down to 20, let's say 20%. Would that kind of stretch my outer arrow squares a little bit and make it look a little nicer without a center? Kinda maybe. Let's go further. You're really just here to be a bit of space. We would then have to do grow there, but I think that gets wonky. I think we're just going to go back to this. We're going to put the center in. That's what I think. How do I do this? I guess we need a wrapper for that because it'll either always have a content or it'll be empty if everybody's empty. And we need to before we put the icon in dynamically. I guess we could still do that. We could say if show southwest or I guess I should start. Northwest. Southeast. And we're not showing southwest, or we're not showing northeast. Then connection icon, center frame. This is down slash. Or in the case of us doing the opposite, up slash, yes, else we'll do this still. We'll still have because we want to be able to still have this in there. Or does it matter? I think it matters. It's not abilities, it's state. In either other case, if nothing is shown, we'll say to set the cross icon, which will be fine because here, after we go through here, we'll say we'll also do clear it here. And actually, we can just do it in here, I suppose, in these cases. Otherwise, if we didn't put them all, if we didn't put it all in all these, we'd have to just write another check against everything, right? So you might as well just set them. Give that a shot. So let's delete 3.2 to 2.1. Okay, and then 2.1 to 3.2. Okay, that didn't work. I'm wondering, just because it didn't update that SVG. this probably needs to be here, to where it evaluates anytime it updates. Except delete it as well. Then we can do that one. And then, oh, okay, we're close. 2, 1, and 3, 2. And as we delete things, it's okay, aside from that very first one. Right here is where it should switch back to an X, and it doesn't, which matches what we saw when we deleted them. So we need to check here. So if we're showing northwest and or southeast, and we're not showing southwest or northeast, we're down slash. For showing southwest or northeast, we're not showing northwest or southeast. It's because this should be ands. If these are both false, then we can go ahead and show the slashy. If one of them is being shown, we're just going to let it be the X. And once we tighten up the gaps, it should be fine. So here, once again, 3, 2 to 2, 1. Yeah, okay. And then 2, 1 to 3, 2. Now it should become a slashy, and it does. Let's delete these, and then we'll put in connection here. We get a little slashy the other way. Like so. All right. I think that'll do. Okay. We'll do make diagonal connection center icon work correctly again. All right. Let's see about. I think that's pulled out. We don't need that anymore right now. That's done. Done. That's done. That's fine for now. These are no longer used. Only gonna have the max. I think that's done for now. This is fine for now. This is fine for now. This is done for now. Got a couple little things to tidy up. We just deleted those. We want to specifically this. So in this one, we only update the actual widget. That's good. This only updates the room widget. That's good. This updates the whole frame. We don't want that. Do we need to? Let's check. This would be on when we're adding stuff. Actually, that would only be this frame. You know, maybe we're good. We would need to check for yeah, this one needs to be in there. But like I said, because this is only the edit bars frame, that's fine. We need to be able to check against updating the map widget, which maybe we don't do anymore. Maybe we already cleaned that up. This is the edit bar frame. Edit bar frame. Selected tile. Update the tile itself. Connection widget, update that. Edit bar frame. Transit container. This widget being the connection edit widget. Edit bar frame, edit bar frame, edit bar frame. I think we're actually good. I think any other updates might just be from Cogent itself doing stuff, right? I think we'll run with that until we find a performance issue. I'm still worried that we might have one eventually, like as the map gets bigger, because it's only 10 by 10 right now, but we might be okay. It's mostly the fact that it queries the in-memory game map every time it refreshes the whatchamacallit, connection widgets, right? Or tile widgets. Tile widgets. Because it finds its neighboring things. I guess both. A little concerned about that still, but maybe it's okay. let's make sure, while I'm thinking about it, yeah, we're done there. We could just do a quick commit for the things we just cleaned out. Just so we remember to get that in there. I think the edit bar, we need to fix. That's what we needed to do real quick. This becomes scrollable when that gets expanded. It's weird that that expands at all, but I don't want this to be scrollable to the side. So this is going to be the whole shebang because it scrolls the header up there as well. So that's going to be like the parent of edit bar. Header goes into parent. So yeah, right here. And I want what was the correct syntax there? See if I can find the docs here. Under scroll, perhaps. Scroll? Abilities, maybe? No. It would be in style, right? Because they talk about there's a button array and that scrolls off the screen. Here. Right here. Overflow. Overflow hidden. Except for this is not why it's X. So then if we come in here, do this, and I click in here. Did my button get pushed off the edge? Am I losing my mind? Does push them off, but they come back. Okay, that's weird behavior, but I'm going to leave it because they have an update already that changes drawing and stuff, canvas drawing, right, in the low-level sense. We're going to want to get that update done eventually, like sooner rather than later, but we don't want to mess with it until then. We're going to leave overflow hidden. Form parent can scroll, that's fine. but this doesn't. Okay. And we'll see if that fixes it. There's also an open bug for widgets resizing when you interact with them. Could be related. We'll see if they figure out what that is and, find a way to fix it before we're ready to take care of that. For now, it's okay. So let's just do ensure that the edit bar doesn't scroll the X to interact with a wider edit bar. You should drag the split wider. All right. Suppose we have two kind of big things left. We need to make this scrollable beyond these bounds and handle adding things on a non-zero origin map. I think that's gonna suck, kind of. It's gonna be big, that's for sure. I'm not sure how to tackle that. The other thing is we need to get dragging working. We kind of started exploring that earlier, but we're sort of stymied, but maybe we should dig into that again. The thing we can do is if we can't figure it out, we can make a minimal repro and get that off to them. Got about an hour left, so I think that's probably a good thing to start tackling because the other stuff I think is going to take a hot second, but we're really close to getting this into a state we like. Pretty much these two features and saving to file and theming, because right now it's just using the default dark theme and we don't really want that. We want to have a little more control over this to make it look a little better. So I also want to make these, let's take care of these buttons really quick and make them all square because we're using square buttons elsewhere. That's just Chrome, but that's fine. It'll be, actually no, we're not. We're going to save that for a warm-up task. For start of stream, probably tomorrow or something, unless we get, deep into the weeds of what we're doing here today and then don't finish. Let's think about click and drag. They did reply to me, but they weren't really clear on what I was seeing. I must have described it poorly, and it was more just a question, not a formal bug report, right? So it's fine. They suggested setting non-selectable on the things. So we were starting with tile, or room tile, and trying to make this, no, sorry, not room tile, room template. Room. Even templates? No. Connection form. Room form. There. Duh. I was looking for template and form. That's fine. We were working on Making you trackable. And then we were doing here, let's double check here. Setting drag abilities, handling drag events on the parent custom widget, right? Yes. That's what we were doing. And the file tree stuff had some kind of hints, but on, it was just on, and it was drag start is what we were listening to. This is where we need to start triggering things, right? That I think is where we've got with that. We are able to see some stuff. So if we get you over here and we get you over here, dragging. Make a little space just to signify a new. So out there it doesn't work. In here it doesn't work. Nor in here. Kind of only up here. Okay. So he was suggesting that we try s.set non-selectable. Okay. So when we do our this, what we can do is, oh, but that's gonna, well, we can fix our text fields. Or do we? Let's just try this. This is, that's the text editor. That needs to be selectable, I think. Let's try it. Let's try turning it off. This, we'll leave that for now. And then in our buttons here, we'll set that non-selectable as well. See where that gets us in terms of being able to drag some stuff around. Well, that just kind of breaks it all. Should we get all that out of there? The for fun. Let's put you inside of there and see what happens. No drag. We can still select those. Not getting any log though. If we take that back out, dragging suddenly works again up top. Like only over description. But then it quits working. Deeply annoying. Just for fun. Let's do that. No is the answer to that. Mousetrack should be working though. Oh, well that's interesting. Well, just a second, I was only firing a couple times per drag. Yeah, like right there, I'm still dragging. It's like it stops listening. It's only got one there. Didn't get any, or got, you know, a couple there and then it stopped. Make a little room just that was a good one. 3 events. 3 or 4 events. Okay. And if we look at the drag start, Start a drag and drop event sequence when a draggable element is active and a sufficient distance of mouse drag events has occurred. And we just saw that we were missing mouse drag events. And none of this is going to help you super much. I wonder if a draggable element is active. Sufficient distance of mouse drag. If we come out to the, not edit bar, but template manager? Should I take these out? It's fine. We'll leave it. Come back to it. It's not that though. It's template bar. Here we go. Go into room tab. And this will be that. And let's see if maybe the outer has to be set to draggable to listen to those. But we didn't do that, which is fine. Maybe we don't need to. Let's find out if we do. See, no draggy at all. There's an inner dragging. See anything there? Okay. Other thing to think about is this. Nothing at all. Hmm. Um, think it's minimal repro time to help kind of extract where the issue is, right? So what does that look like? That's going to look like new window so we can borrow from ourselves here. Get everything. You over there. You, I need you to get there we go. So that I can still see stuff. We'll close this for now. Get over here. I need more screens. All right. This is going to look like a main go. And you're going to have, not a file, a go file, a draggable inside of you. We need the setup code here. Means we need a main, we need a new body. We're going to need to get that in. Tidy, please. And we wait for that little bar. Right there. You. Go away forever. There we go. Still not happy. There we go. There we go. All right. And then go away, please. The we don't need a pager. We do need b.run main windows. What we need. All right. This will give us a thing. We will need to have an R actual thing. Room form is based on a frame, so that's good. We give it a init. We need to also do this. that. All right. Meow. What's going on here? All right. Just the control panel being control panel. I'm not disconnected. Okay. So the room form, we can just grab some of this. Like so. Let's actually do drag start. It's interesting also that this would be drag start and then we're seeing it fire a bunch of times, right? We need here a maker. Think, right? That's how we did. Yes. Takes plan. We do that in a frame. We can do this just fine. And then we need basically just like a couple. Something like that. And then we need well, this has been an evening both silent and without much commentary from me. Productive, though. Done some good editing. Excellent. Chapter 27 is down. Awesome. Is that like you've written up to 27? Or that's you've written more and that's just where you've got to like a final state? Uh, Text editor, not core. We don't need a set buffer in this one just because it is a I've written up to chapter 35, but I'm readjusting a particular character arc I don't like the first time around. Gotcha. Yeah, awesome. That's rad, man. Why aren't you... Right, because you're the new... No? Is this using... Crap. This is using 311, and we are on 310, right. It pulled the latest because it's a new project. Nearly at the sweet spot, though, somewhere around 38 to 40 will be that chapter which inspired this whole thing. So, nice. You know the case going to do that horizontal unconscious thing now? Should be done with it in about 8 hours or so. Sounds like a good plan, man. Have a good night. We'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. This is actually good, though, because we will verify that this is still a problem and eliminate the versioning as our issue. Now we just got to go find the link for the changes. Release notes. Here we go. For the new paint, new draw, whatever. Yeah, new paint. Text docs. It's font. Text editor API. Text editor docs. Text core. New editor. Like so. Fantastic. We'll leave the rest of the defaults in there. We will look, though, at... We do... have a styler on this. We should probably make you... Let's just say 500 display pixels. Let's see. That makes this big enough. So that does that. And then we'll do... we'll do another set. Just to kind of bulk out the widget a little. And then here we'll do... Go. We need to go gen it. Drag repo. That's what I called you. Repro. Okay, that succeeded. Type gen is there. We do new draggable off of body. Then here, I forgot to do that. Give it a minute to build everything nice and new project there. Okay. That needs to be more bigger. What if in this case, for this use, we didn't do that? What if instead we did... let's just do this, and then... that... I think that's going to fill the whole page, though. I don't really want to do that. I guess I can do... Or do I just do... that? Yeah, that fills that. But I don't see is... stuff. And if I don't set you, you're gonna have no size, right? Very little size anyway. I don't think I need to do that. I'll just let you do your thing. Yeah, that don't help me any. Make sure I'm not doing something phenomenally stupid here. We could also look at... we delete that. Which we kind of loosely based on. Yeah, they don't really do much here to do sizing, so why am I... Why don't I see anything at all? It's kind of my question. Let's just do this. So theoretically, it should size to fit the contents by default. That ain't it. And if I was to do something like this, for instance, take this out and then just do new form off of the body, set, not state, struct to an empty demo. Must be forgetting something. What am I forgetting? I give a pager, but we don't need a pager for just one. Hello, world. You ever run anything, though? That worked. Must be having like a massive brain fart here. Is it because they're empty? Something is deeply, deeply wrong. Um, that goes in the body. This goes in set text. Hmm. Why do you go down there? Oh, because I put you. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. So where the heck is my form? Ah, I'm dumb. I didn't export these. Which, I mean, I think I'd still see some things, but there we go. I guess it's because I didn't give them labels. Okay, so we have that. That's working correctly. I don't think we need holder. I always forget it takes reflection to do that, and reflection requires exported fields. One day I will stop making that dumb mistake. There we go. That is them. Now I just have to figure out my own life. Here. If we get that, and I actually do see drag events coming out of that, but that's not correct. Confused why. Add at is P, or it takes P, which is plan. Called you fields. Let me actually just do and inspect. You're here, and you don't have anything in you. Why the heck not? Is it mad about that? Nah. Wonder if it'd be more correct to put different pieces into a different tree at, like you've done. Shouldn't matter for this, but you know. I'm dumb. Remember how I said I was probably making a really, really stupid mistake? I knit the frame, dummy. Brain is getting crispy. Hell, I've been working on this for a hot second. There we go. Okay, so. No draggy. No draggy. draggy down there, draggy up here. Sort of matches what we saw. Actually, can we just cheat this by saying s.set non-selectable? No draggy. Draggy. No draggy. I don't think. Double check. Make sure. Make room. No draggy. No draggy. Only the top and bottom. Okay. We're close to where we were in our real project. We set both of these just for fun. Draggy. Oh. Suddenly. Interesting. And do I still... Yeah, okay. That becomes a problem when I do that, which is fine. I don't really want these to be not selectable, right? I want everything else to be selectable, essentially. Okay. That worked. That worked. This does not work, nor should it. We should still be able to, however, highlight because it's a text editor, right? Okay. Let's also add a real quick uh, that, and we do this, and we say that. We do the same thing here for number 2. Like so. And then we do let's put you in 1 just because I think this is probably more correct. And we'll check our real project for this too. And we do there we go. And then that 'Cause they did. It's just directly, but we have these really go together. We'll leave it there for now. We'll have to look and kind of think about our own stuff real quick to make sure we're doing that correctly. Hard without docs. This is use a styler. Gosh. You grow. That's fine. This is info box, which is a text. No. Frame. You don't need to be set to grow. You do. Because we need a text inside of here. It says unsaved changes. And then we put a new frame here, and we do we say that you are the inverse of unsaved changes. So if there are unsaved changes, you are visible. And then we need a styler for you as well. It says you grow. So we want them to be 50-50, right? So that should figure itself out. And then we can do new button in button box, set text, actually just set icons dot save on click. We just do we'll need what is it called now? Lines. No? Set lines. Lines, not new lines. Okay, I see. And then here, oops, that was a page up. We do lines dot new line. Yeah, new lines. New. No. Ah, right. New lines there. Our text buffer here when we create, or the text editor here. Set lines to that. We do the same thing here. And then on click here. Instead of event, we do can I do I'm just gonna do this. And then that. That should be close to what we do for realsies. More or less. We didn't do. We need to set you to column. Bottom is still row. That's fine. We do this, and I don't see my. Nor does that seem to work. What have I done wrong here? Roll those changes back real quick while I'm there. So we did all that. Oh, I think maybe. No? All right. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. Figure out where I've strayed. Because that should be working, I think, but I'm getting crispy. So I do this thing 4 hours a day, ish, 4 days a week. If you are watching and like this sort of thing, if you show up tomorrow at around this time, -4 hours, wherever you are, I should be here doing this. There's a Discord in the page description if that's your jam. Thanks for everybody who hung out and all the great chats today. It was awesome. Love to see you again. And if not, hey, you have a great weekend, and maybe we'll catch you some other time. So thanks again, and